what you're trying to say.
So journalism, I thought, deserved a place in the course of study. So basically, do you know what what the writer is saying? Thomas Carl, what he's saying about his experience, you know? What did we read? So
Some press and
yeah, so
journals.
he's a journalist, and he's telling about his journey, how he went into he studied journalism. So first he went to Phillips Academy, then he
So
studied.
I
Yeah, so he was telling his experience, right, when he was at the Phillips Academy. So he had, to write an essay or a class of, and he liked the course, right? He liked the subject. So this what interested him to get into journalism, right? Because of his personal interest, right? About politics, about other things, right? History. So this all comes in the journalism course, right? He studied. Okay, and then he then this is furthermore explaining about his how he studied and where at what kind of new journals or he wrote, right? So this is why he's explaining in this. He's playing why you should study journalism. So this is something good to read. I will give this for reading, so you guys have to read it and then answer the questions at the end of the page. So basically, this is what the first question is. And I'm gonna make you do the second question about this web page. So it's select a story from your local newspaper or print or digital edition. Make a list of people who you think will or should care about this story and explain why they should. Okay. So this is the homework you have to do. Okay. So this is your English assignment. So Bahauddin, you can continue, and Tabarak, you can continue working on it, on the
Okay.
English assignment. Okay. Meanwhile, I will also, we will do, grade 7 and 8. We will do math. Okay. So how was yesterday's homework, Haika and Aya? Were you able to do it, Mehdi? I don't know. You weren't in class yesterday, so what about Haika? Haika, have you finished and posted your answers? Haika, about the geometry we did, angles, right? Haika, are you there?
Yes.
Yes. Have you done the congruent similar questions I gave you for yesterday and the day before, and have posted the homework?
Half a page is remaining.
Okay. If you're done today, inshallah, please try to post it. Okay.
Okay.
Any difficulty? You can ask me. Do you have any difficulty?
No.
Okay. And what about Aya? Aya, are you good? Do you understand congruent similar shapes? Do you need any help? Aya? Okay, so yesterday we did this. Okay. Now we're gonna do bisect the lines, okay? So this was also a perpendicular bisector cuts a line into two halves at 90 degrees. Take both ends of a given line as centers and draw two arcs with a compass. Draw a line to join the intersection of the arcs. So it's basically you need a protector and you need a tool. You have this compass to, it moves around so you can draw the arc. Okay, so for example, I have one here. This is a ruler actually, but it can act like a compass. So for example, I draw here and I draw here, okay? And then I have to intersect the line. So I will go um I will draw my with a compass. I would draw like basically the middle. This is my center, okay? So I would draw a line like this. Okay, first like connecting here. Okay, I don't think I can be drawing with this, but this is not acting like a compass. But basically, when the compass you twirl it, it will make one here intersect, and then the other line you will have to draw back and go like this. So this shows these 2 points are intersecting. Okay. Good, good. So bisect the lines, then answer the question. Okay. Take A as the center and draw an arc that intersects with the arms. Mark the intersections as B and C, okay? So for example, this is B and this is C. Okay, and this is my center. I draw an arc that intersects with arms, okay? So let's see how will we like we will intersect both B and C. So we would draw a line like this, okay? And this. This basically shows there is an intersect between this point, okay? So this is what they're saying, that you have to show the represent. And now this new line that is formed is the D. I label it D, okay? Make sense? Haika, does that make sense? Anyone? Mehdi? Do you understand intersect means connection,
What?
right? We have a center and we have to connect. That's what
What?
intersect means. Intersect is like
What?
this is the middle point. This is center, and then I'm connecting my B in this direction and my A with my D. So basically, I have 4 different points, right? I have D, C, A, and B. Okay, and they're all being connected, right? Intersect. Okay, they call it intersect because they're connected. Okay. Okay, solve the problem. Show your work. Okay, so these were all examples of how to draw um lines, right, to connect them. Okay, so you have to show intersect 2 lines that intersect. Okay, now let's move to chapter 9, locations and movement. So the topics we will cover is transformation. So there's enlargement, there's reduction, there's Cartesian coordinate plane, there is there's you have to basically point out point. So this point is here. Where's the spider? According to this graph, you will see this line is where the spider is the x-axis, okay? And this is the y-axis. So it's matching with 5, okay? So this point is the center. So that means my point for the x and y, you have to label it like that. So the points are -2 and 5, okay? So my x is -2 and my y is 5. So this is how you have to write it. Okay, same thing here. Now we're going to do transformations. Identify the transformation for each pair of shapes. So transformation is like you have a big and a small shape, right? That looks the same. Okay? And translation is when they're opposite. Okay? So translation is like when they're opposite, like they're flipped around, okay, in the opposite direction. And then reflection means they're like parallel to each other. And then enlargement means they're bigger and one is smaller, but they're the same size. They're the same shape, but the one is bigger and one is smaller. Okay, so and then reduction is one is bigger and one is smaller. Okay, so it's like the opposite of enlargement. Okay, so let's see. These two, what do you think? Are they a reflection or a rotation? Which one do you think, Haika?
Reflection?
No, reflection would be like if it's the same shape, it's being reflected like in the same direction, right? In the same position. Like you put a mirror and then it's gonna be like if you have one triangle like this, the reflection is gonna be the reflection is gonna be like this.
Rotation.
Yeah, the reflection is gonna be like this.
So is it rotation?
Yes, it's rotation. Okay, so this is the A is rotation. Okay. And what about B? Mehdi? What do you think this is? Is this a reflection, translation? What do you think?
Reflection.
Reflection. Okay, good. And Aya, what do you think C is? C. Aya, are you there? Yes. Aya? Aya, can you please unmute? I can't hear you. Aya? Okay. Okay, tell me what is C? C, is that enlargement, reduction, or translation? What is that? It's being like it's becoming big, right? So it's enlarging, like you're zooming in basically. You have a small, you zoom in and to make it big, so it's like you're enlarging the picture. So it's basically C is enlargement, okay? What about D, Haika? You're going from big to small, so you're reducing it, reduction, right? What do you think? Which one is it? Haika, D?
Yes.
What do you think D is? Is it reduction or translation? You're reducing it, right? You're from big to small, so
Yeah.
it's reduction, okay? And then
Okay.
what about E? Is that translation because you're moving it 2 steps downward, right? So it's like you're translating it up and down, okay? Or to the left. So it's translated to the left, right? Before it was here, but then you translate it to right. So it's being moved, right? Shifted. So that means if it's shifted, it's called translation. So it's E is translation, okay? Okay, so you have to describe the transformation number 2. Okay, so describe what then do what the boy says. So number 2 is you have a shape Okay, M, which is in red. Okay, so this is M, and then you have this, which is N. Okay, so what do you think it is doing? Do you think that's a reflection or translation? So it's also a reflection, right? Because it's the opposite direction, like, it's also a reflection going on. And what else is going on, Haika? Haika,
Yes.
what else is going on between M and N? The diagram, the yellow and the. Do you think it's a reflection, right? We said it's a reflection.
Yes. It also went a little bit more down.
Yeah, it goes down, so that's translation, right? It
Yes.
you shift it down, so it's a translation. What else? Is there any rotation or anything else, or this is all?
I think this is all.
Okay, good. Okay, what about Mehdi? For the blue and the yellow picture, okay, this is blue. Okay, for O, this is O, and for N, what is going on? You see a flip? Do you see a flip?
No.
No, because you have, okay, one picture is like N, right? And
Mhm.
this. So do you
Mhm.
think that it's flipped upside down? Like it's flipped, right?
Yeah.
So rotation is going on, and then what else is
Huh?
going on? It's rotating, right? It's rotating.
Yeah.
And do you think it's a reflection or anything else going on, or that's it?
That's it.
Okay. Yeah. So okay, that's it. Yes, good. Okay, what about for the what about for the yellow and the sorry, for the blue and the green? What's going on? Haika? Aya, what do you think is going on? The blue and the yellow. I mean the blue and the green. So let's see. Do you think it's being shifted down? Haika? Haika, do you think it's also a
It's
flip, or is it
it's
a
also.
reflection, or what is it?
I think it's also a flip.
Flip, yeah. So it's reflection, and what else is going on? Moving downward, right?
Yeah.
So it's a translation. Okay, good. Okay, now do the transformation and label the images, then answer the questions. So number 1, reflect A in line X, then translate it 1 unit down, okay, and 1 unit to the right. So this is A. So they're telling it translate it 1 unit down. So that means one box down, okay? So I have to basically start writing, drawing it, and it's also saying 1 unit down and 1 unit to the right. Okay, so like right now it's here. Okay. So if I would draw it first, because it's saying 1 unit now down, so I would draw it like this. But it's saying also 1 unit to the right. So that means I have to draw it 1 unit this way and 1 unit down. So that means my diagram is going to be here. Okay. Okay, so this is how I draw it. Okay, makes sense, Haika?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's 1 unit this way from this box. Okay, so it goes this direction and 1 unit down direction. Okay, down, 1 unit down and 1 unit to the right. Basically one box, they're saying. Okay. Okay, now image J, rotate A 3 by 4 clockwise about point Y. Then reflect it. Okay, so we have to go 3 units clockwise, okay? So anti-clockwise is this direction. Okay, this is anti, and clockwise is in this direction, okay? Like the clock goes. The clock doesn't go opposite, anti. It goes always in forward, right? Direction. So this is clockwise, okay? So that means 3 by 4 means um 3 units. So let's imagine um that'd be so about 75 of one box, right? So this is 1, and 3.5 is a bit tilted. So I mean 3 over 4 is just 75. So that means, let's say this is my dot. So I would rotate it about here, okay? And then they're also saying like half of the box. So basically, this is where my line will end up, okay? And then they're also saying um okay, they're saying a 3 for about point Y. Okay, so they're not saying about A, like the beginning. They're saying they're giving you the point. So this is where you have to rotate it. So right, roughly here. Okay, this is where my line will be, and then reflected in the line X. So that means everything will become opposite. So, you know, like you know how I had the shape before, it would be like this. Now it would be upside down. So basically, same thing. Like that, okay? So it's kind of like tilted. I don't know if you really see the tilted, but it's like going like this, and then going like this, and then like this, and then like this, okay? So this is how it's gonna be. Does that make sense, Haika?
Yes.
So my point Y was like shifted from here to here. This is my point now. Okay, so it's clockwise. Okay, same thing for image K you have to do. So can you do this on your paper, or if you have a grid? Do you guys have a grid? Do you guys have a grid, anyone? Okay, so I'll send you this picture in the chat. I want you to do image K by yourself, okay? Okay, so grade 7 and 8, you have to do this, okay? I'll give you guys 5 minutes. So you just have to draw it, okay? I want you to draw it. Okay, Haika? If you can draw it right here, you can I'll give you guys 5 minutes to do it. You have to send me your answers as well, okay? In the chat. Okay, Mehdi and Aya, please do image K, okay? Mehdi, can you hear me? Okay, Haika, are you working on it? I sent you in the chat. Are you working on it?
Yes.
Okay. And Mehdi, are you working on it? Mehdi, I can't hear you. Tabara, is Mehdi there? Aya, are you working on it? This is what you have to work on. Okay, Aya? So I'm giving you till 9:50. I want to see your answers. So any difficulty? Haika, do you understand? Hello, assalamualaikum everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, did you do it anything so far? Do you understand it, Haika?
I'm not sure really what it means, but I'm trying.
Okay, look. Translate a 1 unit up, okay? So before, you know how it was down, now it has to go up, okay? So basically, this is, this is where A is, right? At this point. So you have to go, and now I'm gonna draw it here, okay? The new one is this line, okay?
Okay.
So this is where I have to draw it. Now, that's also done. So we have to take that. We did that, and also it's saying, um, so we did this, and now it's saying 1 unit to the right. So that means it's gonna have to also, if I draw my line like this, it also means if it going up, it has to go in this direction as well. Okay, 1 unit to this direction, right? Okay, so that means this is actually where, it should be drawn. Okay, and then it's also saying, then rotate it. Okay, rotate it counterclockwise about 1/4. Okay, so we did this, and now since rotate it 1/4 counterclockwise. So that's about 25. That's not even 75. That's 25 counterclockwise. So means it's counterclockwise means anti. They're using anti, so it means like in the other direction. So okay, first I would draw it like, okay, I know that it's 1 unit up and also 1 unit to the right. So this is where my new, and it's saying counterclockwise, so in the other direction. So that means My new graph will be like roughly. So if I had a bigger grid, I would draw it, but I think it's just not that big enough. So since it's not specifying in what direction, we can just draw it here. Okay, counterclockwise. So that means it's in this direction. So that's how we're gonna draw it. Okay, so that means now I have it like this. I drew 1 unit up, 1 unit to the right. Okay, and now this is how I'm gonna start drawing it. Okay, make sense, Haika?
Yes, thank you.
And okay, no problem. Identify the transformation involved in each tiling patterns. Complete each tiling pattern, then solve the problem. Show your work. Okay. So how would you figure it out? You have to draw all the tiles. Okay. You continue drawing tiles. So like I would continue drawing like this. And then another one like this. Yeah, and then keep drawing tiles, right? Basically just continuously draw tiles. Okay, and then make it the same shape, right? Like fill it in, right? To fill it in. Do you understand the question? Haika, did you understand? Did you understand what they mean? Basically, they want you to draw this shape, right? This little trapezoid inside all of this. So basically like this, then like this, and then another one, right? Keep continuously draw and then count how many you have. Okay. And also the transformation, how many in this direction you have, in the opposite direction you have. So you have to count them. Okay. Make sense? So I'll give you this one for homework. Okay, what about in this diagram? If you have two yellows, let's say yellow is beside the green, you have yellow here. Okay. And then you have another yellow parallel to the yellow here. Okay. Then you have sorry, it's pinkish red, yeah. So you have this red here, squared. And then you have the blue here. So this is your blue. Okay, so how many squares do you have compared transformation of squares do you have? Small squares to large. How many do you think? Haika or Aya? How many red squares do you have total? Mehdi? Mehdi, how many red squares do you have? Okay, Haika,
Huh?
how many red squares do you have in this picture? How many red squares do you have?
2,
And you have to
3,
count the one I colored, yes. 3. And how many blue squares you have, big ones?
3.
3. So 3 to 3, right? So the
Uh-huh.
transformation is 3 by 3. 3 to 3, okay? What about the square, the what do you call the yellow ones? The yellow, all the yellows you have to count. The small
6.
yellow? Yes. So there's 6. Um, there's 6. There's 6 total yellow squares, but there's 3 to 3. There are also 3 rectangular yellow squares and 3 like up like also rectangle but in the opposite direction. So 3 to 3. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And what about the green ones? How many greens you have?
3.
3. So that is just 3. Okay. So because they're all in the same direction, so you only have 3. Okay. So this is how you have to write them. Okay, good. Okay, so also you have to describe Haika. You have to also describe the transformation from the red square to the blue square. So what do you think is happening? What is where's the red square in this diagram? It's on the left, right?
Yes.
And then on the second diagram, it's what happening. It's where it's on the right. So in the third diagram, it's in the third image. It's on the left, right? The red square. And then in the second diagram is on the right. And what do you think is happening in the it's also on the right in the first image, right? Right? So that's the transformation is it's a translation on the left for the third image and it's a translation on the right for the first and the second image. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so now we have to explain the blue square. So on the blue square, what do you think? What's happening with the blue square? In the first image, it's where? It's in the like down, middle row, right? So it's translated 1 unit down. Like for example, this is the yellow square, so it's like translated down to like the blue is translated down, right? So it's shifted down. And then so there is what about in the second image? What about in the second image? Haika? What is happening? It's also the same, right? It's also 1 unit down, so it's like down, shifted down. And what about the third image? It's also the same, right? 1 unit down. So it didn't change really, right? So it's all for all of them, it's just shifted 1 unit down. Okay, makes sense? Okay, so the Cartesian coordinate plane. Okay, so this is for homework, but I'll do the first question with you. So do the coloring and find the answers. Okay, so quadrant 1 is green. Okay, and then the quadrant 2 is yellow, and then the quadrant 3 is blue, and the quadrant 4 is red. So you know what the quadrant are for all the like quadrant 1 is this, right? This is like the first box is the quadrant 1. Quadrant 2 is the second box. Quadrant 3 is the third box, and quadrant 4 is the fourth box. Okay, so now quadrant 1 they're telling you is green. So green is both positive. Okay. So in the they're both positive. So that means this is basically what point is A at? -4 is x, right? This is x. This is the x-axis, right? So the any number on the x-axis is what you have to choose for the x, and then any number for the y on the y-axis, which is this one, you have to choose. So in this case, -4 matches with A, and 4 matches with the y. So -4 matches with x, so -4, and 4 matches with the y. So that's my coordinate, okay? Okay, and then for my b, the -3 is my matches with the x, and then the 2 matches with the so -2 and 2 matches, right, with the x and y, okay? So I have to label it in green, okay? I did it in blue, but like I have to do it in green, okay? So this is, so it's -4 and 4, and then it's for the b, for A, and then for B it's 2 and -2 and 2. Make sense? So I want you to write the coordinates here. Okay, so for the A I would write here -4 and 4, and for the B I would write here -2 and 2 in green. Okay, make sense? Heike, does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you this one for homework so you can do it. My chat, I mean, I'll just send in the chat and you can save it because my drive is full and I have to like get rid of some items. So that's why I cannot send you on the post it on the Google Classroom. But this is your homework, okay? So this is something you have to do right now. You can start working on it. If you have any questions, Mehdi, you can ask me, okay? So please start working on the homework questions. Mehdi, Aya, please save it on your computer, okay? Aya, I didn't hear you. Can you hear me, Aya? I didn't hear you for the whole class. Can you hear me? Yeah, please start answering the questions, okay? Okay, Tabarak and Bawuddin, you can join. We will be doing grade 6 math. So Haika and grade 6, 7s and 8s can work on the worksheet I posted in the chat. And meanwhile, grade 6s, you can join, okay? Grade 6, please unmute so we can do math for grade 6, okay? Okay, so we did reciprocals yesterday. Okay, so today we can do this chart. So, Bahauddin, can you do the first question, 48, and tell me what you get?
Okay.
And Tabarak, can you do question 50?
Don't understand.
So what did you get, Bahauddin?
How do I do it?
Okay, so you have 3 diagrams, right? So the total number of pies you have is 11. Okay. So the total number of basically like the total number of empty like they have like these the parts, right? Like each part is of the circle is there 11 total parts, okay? So 11 is over how many um pies how many circles do you have? 3, right?
I'm saying for the second question.
Yeah, okay. Okay, let's just do the first one. Okay, it's how they did the example. So they had 2 circles. So they had 2 divided by how many parts they had in each circle? 3, right? So 1/3. So there are 2 circles. They divide it by 1/3. They take the reciprocal of 1/3, 3, and then they make it 6. So that means it's basically that's how they did it. Okay, the same thing we have to do for this one. Okay, so you have how many circles you have? 3, right? Then you divide it by how many parts you have? 4, right? So 4 total part, and then it's basically like you have to take 1/4 because like each part is 1, and there's 4 total like at like 4 parts, okay, to it. So the fraction is 1/4, okay, for each part. So 3 divided by 1/4 gives you what? Can you do it?
Divided by 1/4.
Yes, 3 divided by 1/4.
1/12.
Sorry?
1/12.
No. 3 divided by 1/4. I think you're still not understanding. So first we have to take the reciprocal. Makes it 4/1. Okay, then you have to flip the sign as well to multiply. Now you multiply the tops and the bottom. You consider this over 1, okay? 3/1. So 1 times 1 is 1, and 4 times 3 is 12. So 12/1. Okay, that's 12. Okay, makes sense? The answer is 12. Not 1/12. 1/12 would be when you keep it I don't know how you're doing it 1/12, but it's supposed to be the other way around. Okay, you have to take the reciprocal. Okay, Bahauddin? Okay, now can you draw this one and like actually can you solve this one first? I will draw it then after. First solve it.
Eight.
Yes. So because you take the reciprocal, it becomes 4/1. And you flip the sign from divide to multiply. So 2 times 4/1 is 2 times 4 is 8. And then 8/1 is just 8. Okay, so my answer is supposed to be 8. Okay, good. Now that means, look, the answer is also telling you once you got 12 parts, you got here, right? That means you have the total number of how many number of parts you had? 12, right? The highest number was 12. And same thing here. The total number of parts you had was 6, right? So 6. So now here we have to do the same thing. We have to draw, for example, how many parts it can be divided by? 4, right? So let's say we have to have 2 circles and each with 4 parts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That means this is correct. Okay, this is how we have to draw it. Okay, Bahuddin.
Okay.
So when you see the 2, you have to draw 2 circles, and then whatever they're saying 1/4 or 1/3. If it was 1/3, then it would be 3 parts. If it's saying 1/4, that means 4 parts. Make sense? Okay, so let's do. Can you do question 50 for me? Tabarak, are you there? Mehdi, can you tell Tabarak to please join? Tabarak?
She's in the bathroom.
Oh yeah.
She just came back.
Okay. Tabarak, can you solve this question? What is 3 divided by half?
Okay.
3 divided by half. Can you solve it?
3. What is like half mean?
Means 3 divided by 1/2. Can you solve this?
Okay, 3 divided by 1/2. I have no idea.
Okay, yesterday I told you, right? First you have to flip this, take the reciprocal. So what is the
Yeah.
reciprocal of 1/2? Can you tell me what the reciprocal is?
It's 2 over 1.
Yes, good. So then I have to also flip this divide to multiply because I took the reciprocal. So I flipped the signs because I flipped the numbers. I have to also flip the sign to from divide to multiply. So it becomes 3 times 2/1. Now can you solve this? What is 3 times 2?
3 times 2 is 6.
6. And then 6/1 is? It's just 6, okay? 6 divided by 1?
1?
Yeah, 6/1 just means 6,
6.
okay? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, now what about if I give you this question? Can you do 2 divided by 1/4?
Okay.
Okay, Bahauddin, are you done?
Which question, teacher?
50.
8
Okay.
over 1.
Yes, 8/1, which means it's just 8. Good. Good, very good. So, okay, what do you call Tabarak? I was explaining Bahauddin about this pie example, okay? So how
Yeah.
many circles do you have? Total circles. How many circles?
2.
2, right? So they're saying
Mhm.
2 circles. And now how many parts in each circle? How many parts do we have?
3.
3, right? So 3 parts. So that means we have to find for each part, right? So we're gonna say 1/3, okay? Because
Okay.
1/3 would give you each part, like how many parts you have, okay? It will give you the answer to how many parts
Okay.
you have, total parts, okay?
Okay.
Okay, but from the example they already gave you, they told us already that they gave you total parts. It's already 6, so we're just gonna confirm it, okay, Tabara?
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
you count all the parts in this circle. The first circle is 3 plus the 3 parts in the second circle. There 3 plus 3 is 6, right? So let's see if we get the same answer here. So we should get 6 by doing this. So 2 divided by 3 parts, 1/3 parts, because each part we're finding. So we're gonna flip these first, reciprocal. They become 2 divided by, basically because we're changing the signs, right? We're gonna flip the sign as well. Okay, it becomes multiply 3 over 1, which means 2 times 3 is 6 over 1, which means 6. So that's correct, right? Our answer is correct because the question also says 6 parts, and the answer also gave us 6 parts. Okay.
Okay.
And now, can you do this one? Can because you calculated 8, right? For this question, can you draw 2 circles again and make 8 equal parts to the circle? So what is the fraction they gave us? 1 over 4. So that means we should have 4 parts, right? Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Makes sense. So 4 parts. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it should be 8 equal parts. So 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So this is how we draw it. Okay. Okay. Can you also draw it for me? Actually, can you do
I can't
question number
draw
50?
on your screen.
Okay, no problem. Can you do question 50 for me then? Can you do 50 and tell me what you get?
Okay.
Okay, Bahawuddin, are you done? 50? Question 50?
Question.
Bahawuddin, I told you this one, but okay, fine. You can do question 50, this one, okay, Bahawuddin? And Tabarak is also doing this question, so you both do it, okay? So Tabarak and Bahawuddin do this question 50, okay?
Ten.
Okay, Tabarak, have you got your answer too? What is your answer? Tabarak? Tabarak, are you there?
No, I'm not yet. Not yet. I don't understand like the circle thing yet, so I'm just trying
Okay,
to do it.
okay, look. How many circles do we have? 1, 2, right? So
Two.
again,
Yeah.
we're gonna write the 2 like this, okay, because there's 2 whole circles. And then how many parts do you have for each circle? Can you count how many parts?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh
No,
no,
not
5, 5, 5, 5, 5,
5,
5,
5.
5, 5.
That means 5 parts, okay? So we have to write 1 over 5 because each part is 1. Okay, so 1 single part over 5 total parts. So now you have to solve. Now you solve it. 2 divided by 1 over 5. How much do you get?
2 divided by 1 over 5. 2 times 5. 1 second. Okay. 10.
Good, good. That's the answer. Very good. Good. Okay, now let's do this one. Okay, let's do 52. Okay, how many total squares or rectangles you have, Bahawuddin?
Yes.
How many rectangles do you have total?
I have 2 rectangles.
Good. And how much is the total parts? How many each part has? Like how many parts? In one rectangle, how many parts do you have?
Six.
Sorry?
6.
6. And how much each part it is? 1, right? Each part is 1, basically. So 1 over the total amount of small rectangles you have is the total rectangles inside one big rectangle is 6. So 6 parts to the rectangle, and then each part is 1. So 1 over 6. Okay. So what is 2 divided by 1 over 6?
The answer is 12.
12, yes, because each part is 1, and then you have total parts are 6. So 1/6 is your fraction, and then you have to divide that by 2 of the whole rectangles that you have. So 2 divided by 1/6 gives you 12. Good. Okay. Tabarak, can you do question 54 with me? Tabarak? Tabarak, how many circles do we have? Can you count the number of circles?
Oh, 3. Yeah, 3.
Three. 3. So 3 big circles. And how many each part? How many parts total one circle has?
3.
3. So each part is 1. Okay, so can you solve this?
Okay.
Can you solve this and tell me what you get?
Okay,
Tabarak?
so what's the question? Like 1 over what?
So 3, you said there's 3 circles, right? So we wrote 3 divided by, you told me that there's 3 parts to 1 circle. So there's 3 total is our total parts, and
Okay,
over
6.
each
6.
part 1. Yeah. So no, are you sure it's 6? Because you have to flip it, and you have
Oh, yeah.
to change the sign. So it's over 3/1 now. So 3 times 3/1, what is it? What is 3
3
times
times
3?
3 over 1. 3 times
9.
3 is 6. 9, 9,
No,
9. Yeah, so
9,
9.
9. 9. So 9/1 is just 9. Okay, so that's our
Yeah.
answer.
Okay.
Okay. Can you solve this one, Tabarak?
Yeah,
1
okay.
divided by, yes. And what do you call? And Bahauddin, can you do this one?
The last one?
Yes. Yes, Bahauddin, this one.
Is it 4?
Good, good. Yes, very good. And so how many they're saying how many circles? They're saying 1, right? So they're saying 1 circle equal, and how many total parts they're saying? 4, right?
Yeah.
So that means 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means 4 is equal parts. Okay. Okay, Bahauddin, did you solve yours? 15. Okay. So how many circles are they saying? How many circles?
Well, the question is 3 divided by 1, 5, and then you flip it around is 5
15.
over, and then you times it, and then it would become 50.
Yes. So I'm saying that we have to draw the circles. Okay. So how many circles will I draw to make it equal to 15 parts? So how many circles they're saying? 3, right? So
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. So now I have to, because they're saying each part, there's 5 total parts. So I have to divide it into 5 equal parts. Okay. So I can't really draw, let me just, 1 second, let me just try doing it. Okay. I think I'm gonna draw one more time. So let's see, let's do this, this, right? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 parts. Okay, so I have to draw the same way. I have to draw 2 more circles. Okay, so this, this, this. Okay, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The same way I'm gonna draw another one. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So that means now I have total parts are 15. Makes sense? Hawadin? Okay, so you have to draw it too on the side, okay? Okay, so good. Okay, fill in the boxes. So 12 divided by something gives you 24. So what is a fraction you can divide 12 by to get 24? So you know You have to check, right? You know,
1
flip some number, right? So 1 over what gives you? So if it was 2 or 1, if you go backward, it will become 12 divided by 1 over 2. Then you can flip this and change the sign to multiply and make it 2 over 1, which will give you 12 times 2, which is 24 over 1, 24. So what did you get, Bahauddin?
the same answer as you.
Okay, good. Okay, Bahauddin. Okay, Tabarak, can you do this one? Question 56 with me? Tabarak? Sorry, 58. They're saying you have to divide some number by 1 over 3 to give you 12. So first, let's change the sign, okay? Let's say multiply, okay? 3 over 1. So what number can you multiply by 3 to give you 12? What number do you multiply with 3 to give you 12? So let's check the timetable. So 3 times 1 is 3. 3 times 2 is?
3 times 2
Yes.
is 6.
6. 3 times 3 is? 3 times 3 is? 9. 3 times 4 is? Tabara? 3 times 4 is?
Yeah,
3 times 4 is what?
yeah. 3 times 4 is um 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
12, yeah. So 12 is
12.
your?
Hello?
Yes, 12. Good. So that means you have to put 4 divided by 1 over 3 inside, because basically 4 times 3 will give you 12, but you have to put this 4. That means you got the answer, okay? So that means because you got the answer, so this means 4 divided by 1 over 3 will give you 12, because if you flip it,
Okay.
you will change the sign to multiply and you make it 3 over 1, okay? And once you do that, you can get 12, okay? So 4 should be in the box. 4 should be
Okay.
in. Okay, can you do the same thing for this question? 2. Sorry, this one. Tabara, can you do this question? And Bahauddin, can you do this one?
Okay.
So did Tabara get? Bahauddin, did you calculate the answer?
It's 2.5.
Sorry, 25?
2.5.
But we cannot use decimal, Bahauddin.
Okay, then
What did you get in the whole number? Or fraction? 2.5 is?
I meant to say 25.
25. Okay. So let's see. 25 Okay, divided by 2 over 3. So I have to flip it first. So 3 over 2. So 25 times 3 gives you... Sorry?
Give me one more minute. I think I got it wrong.
Okay, no problem. You know, a trick to do it is also like if you have, for example, 3 divided some box and over 2. So you name this X, okay? You don't know it, right? So you name the box X. Now what you can do is 3 divided by X. So you know that this is being divided on this side. So this will go to that side and multiply. So this X will be here, okay? And you will take this 3 to the other side. It's divided on this side, so it goes to the other side and multiplies. That means 2 times 3. Okay. Now I'm left with X. So what is X gonna be? 2 times 3 is 6. That means 3 divided by 6 will give me 2, right? So let's see. 3 divided by 6. So it means 1 over 6 because I have to change the sign.
Answer is 16, I think.
You got 16 now? Okay. 16 times 3 is okay, so let's say this is X. Okay, so X is being divided by 2 over 3. And this is 3. So if we take this whole divided and bring it to the other side and multiply it with 3. So X equals to 3 times 2 over 3. Now we get 6 over 3, which means 6 divided by 3 is 2. So that means my answer should be 2.
Hi, I finally fixed the audio problem.
Oh, no problem. So 2 divided by, okay, Aya, can you start working on the homework questions I posted in the chat?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, so 2, okay, Bahauddin, are you following with me?
Yes.
So 2 divided by 2 over 3 will give you 3. How? How can you confirm that? Just did it, right? We're gonna flip it. Okay, you can check it. So 2 times, then you flip the sign as well. So 3 over 2. That gives you 6 over 2, which gives you 3. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So just label the box as X, okay? Tabara, are you there? Tabara? This miss, for example, Tabara, are you there? This label is X, okay? Now to find the X, what would I do? Bring this whole thing to the other side, okay? Bahauddin? Bahauddin, are you there? So once I bring it to the other side, what will it become on the other side? 12? Will it change to multiply, right? Because if it's being divided on this side, it goes and to the other side and becomes multiply. So this divide, if you take it to the other side, it's being divided on this side. If you take it to the other side, it will become multiply. Okay, make sense? Okay, Bahauddin, I want you to do this question. This one, okay? This one, okay? Wait, one second. This one. Okay, Bahauddin, can you do it?
Okay.
Okay, Tabarak, are you done? Tabarak? I can't hear you, Tabarak. Are you there? Do you need help, Tabarak? Please unmute the Tabark. I can't hear you. Okay, Bahauddin, you can finish this question and let me know when you get the answer, okay? I'm waiting.
Okay.
So label the box X, okay? Okay, Bahauddin, are you done?
And I think it's 4.
You got 4? Okay, let's see. So I label it X and then I solve first two, like I have 2, 1/2 equal to 4. So the first thing I would do is bring this whole thing to that side so I can multiply it on the other side, okay? So I would do that and then I would say 4 times 2, 1/2. So 2 times 2 is 4, 4 plus 1 is 5. So that means X equals to 4 times 5 over yeah, 1/2, right? So 4 times 5/2. Okay, so 5/2. 4 times 5 is 20. 20/2 is 10. That's my answer, okay? 10. Okay, Bahauddin? So label is what I'm telling you, no? It's for your easiness, okay? So you can get the right answer. So you have to label the box as X, okay? Then solve it. Okay? Because if you try finding what X is, then it's very hard. This is one method that can tell you, like, if you bring this to, once you want to find your X, you've changed, you solve for everything else, other than X, okay? So this is, you have to bring this to the other side and multiply, okay? Once you do that, you will say, 2 over times 2, 1/2. Solve your fraction, and 2, 1/2, you know, is 5/2, and then 4 is here, so 4 times 5, 20, 20/2, which gives you 10, okay? Okay, Bahauddin, one last question I want you to do is this one, 61. Solve it and tell me what you get, okay? Okay, Bahauddin? Can you hear me? Bahauddin?
I'm saying yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. Okay, you can solve it. Once you get the answer, please tell me, okay? I'm waiting.
Okay.
Okay, Bahauddin, did you get your answer?
Not
What did you get, 9?
not yet.
Okay.
One over
1 over?
two. 2/1.
So 2 over 1 means just 2, right?
Yes.
So you're saying 3 divided by Bahauddin, I think it's always okay, 1 second, let's see. 3 divided by 2 means you're saying multiply by, if 2 over 1 is less than 1 over 2, I mean 3 over 2, which is gonna give you 1.5. That's still not 2, Bahauddin. Bahauddin, that's still not 2. Bahauddin, why don't you label this x and solve it now? Okay? I want you to remove anything beside the x and bring it to the other side, because x should be alone to solve for x. In order for you to solve for x, you should get rid of the 3 and bring it to the other side. Now, when you bring it to the other side, what does it become? So, for example, because it's being divided by sync, so you have to label this as multiply 1 over x, okay? Let's say that, okay? Because it's x over 1, so you flip it and make it 1 over x. So now your 3 is being multiplied on that side. So you bring it to the other side where the 2 is, and it's gonna divide. Make sense? So you're gonna divide your 3. So now, since you're dividing your 3, you need to flip it. You need to flip your 3 to take the reciprocal. So it's gonna be 1 over 3. So that's just gonna be a 2 over 3. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so you're still have 1 over x. You're still not done. You still have 1 over x on this side, and you have 2 over 3. Now what you can do is you can cross multiply. Okay, so you cross multiply means you times 2 with the x and you times 3 with the 1. Make sense? So once you multiply your 3 times 1 on this side, you get 2 over 2 times x on this side. That means 3 is left here and then 2 is left here. So 3 times 1 is 3, and then 2 times x is 2x. So now because I know it's 2x is being multiplied on this side, it will go to the other side and divide. So that means 3 over 2 is my answer. Okay? So I'm left with x now. So 3/2 will come in here. Now you can check your answers. Can you check? Can you check if it's right? What when you flip it around, right? Once you take the reciprocal. So 3 times 2 is 6. 6 divided by 3 is 2. That means your answer is correct. It's 3/2. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just solve it. Just label the box X. That will make your life easier because then you can get the right answer. Okay? That's what I'm trying to tell you. But I don't know what method you're using. You should use this method that I'm telling you. Okay? Um okay, so it's break time now. So we can go on break and then I'll give you this for in the chat. I will give you the homework. Okay? So you can save your the homework in the chat. Okay, you can save it on your desktop. Okay. Okay, Bahauddin.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum. So I'm gonna share the screen for the break.
Is it break? Hello? Is it break?
Yes, it's break time. Okay. So we'll meet at 11. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so igneous rock classification. Okay, can everyone hear me? Bahauddin, can you read? Bahauddin? Bahauddin, can you read? Haika, are you there? Can you read, please?
Okay, since you can't really tell from this view. A close-up view would show small crystals in dark-colored rock. The Kate's rapid cooling from a still lava. The interesting feature you can see Gordon posed for them. A foreign cooling was not too rapid. This amazing feature is Devil's Tower in warm.
Yes. Okay, igneous rock classification. Can Aya read? Aya? Aya, Aya, is your mic working now? Can you please read? Yes, Aya. Can you read igneous rocks?
Indigenous rock classification. Indigenous rocks are classified by composition and texture. The composition can be felsic, intermediate mafic, or ultramafic. The composition depends on the minerals the rock includes. A felsic rock will contain felsic minerals. The minerals compositions are listed in the table below. The table includes examples of minerals.
Yes. Okay, Mehdi, can you read? Mehdi? Okay,
Yeah.
yes, can you read? Texture indicates?
Texture indicates how the magma is cooled. Magma that's cooled rapidly or has no visible crystals. Magma that cools slowly has large crystals. Reference the table above for the type of rock, that amount of silica has examples.
Okay, good. Bahauddin, can you read? So these are some igneous rocks, okay? Bahauddin, can you read?
Pictured above and two pairs of igneous rocks figure above the first pair is the rocks that formed from celtic magma. The rhyolite cooled rapidly and the granite cooled slowly. The second pair is two rocks that formed from mafic magma. The basalt cooled rapidly and the gabbro cooled slowly. The color of the rocks and sizes of the crystals are your clues. There are other rock pairs that you listed below. Table below.
Okay, good. So these are some different types of rocks. So, igneous rocks. So there's ultramafic, mafic, intermediate felsic. Okay, so this is their like the amount of silica they have. So ultramafic has less than 45, mafic has between 45, 52, intermediate has between 52, 63, intermediate felsic is between 63 and 69, and felsic is like it has the largest amount of silica. Okay, so igneous rocks are classified first in by their composition. Categories go from felsic and ultra felsic. Color can indicate composition. Texture is second. When classifying igneous rock, texture indicates how a rock is cooled, and then rock cooled. And then igneous rocks are categorized in pairs. The two rocks in a pair have the same composition but different textures. Gabbro, basalt, diorite, andesite, and granite rhyolite.
Right?
Okay, so this is a video we can watch regarding igneous rocks.
Igneous rocks classification. As you probably know, all igneous rocks form from the cooling of magma or lava, which is simply magma at the surface. If they all form the same way, then why do all these igneous rocks look so different? And how can you tell them apart? One reason that rocks differ is because the rate at which the magma cooled may differ. If the magma cools deep underground, large crystals can form. If, however, they come to the surface, they'll cool quickly. The crystals will not have sufficient time to grow large, so volcanic rocks have smaller crystals than do rocks formed deep underground. The cooling rate results in one of the most important properties used to distinguish among igneous rocks, the texture. If lava cools quickly, then no crystals have time to form, and the texture is glassy. If it cools quickly, as it would in volcanoes, small crystals can form, and the texture is aphanitic, also known as fine-grained. If, however, the magma cools slowly underground, the crystals that form are large enough to distinguish, and phaneritic, or coarse-grained, rocks form. If, however, the cooling magma has lots of volatiles such as water in it, this would happen at subduction zones, then it can form really large crystals, and the result is a pegmatite texture. Well, let's look at obsidian, a glassy rock with no crystals at all. It's volcanic glass and even breaks the way glass does with conchoidal fracture. Any magma that cools so quickly that no crystals form is obsidian, regardless of the kind of magma.
No, don't do it.
Rhyolite is a good example of an aphanitic rock. Although you might see a speck or two, you really can't distinguish among the different minerals in the rock because they're too small.
I can.
It's easy, however, to see the different minerals in granite, a common phaneritic rock, which cools deep underground. And here is a granite pegmatite with its huge crystals of quartz, feldspar, mica, and hornblende. These three rocks have different textures and therefore have different names. However, they differ only in their grain size. They have the exact same minerals in them because the magma that produced them was felsic. Fel for feldspar and SiC for silica or quartz. Felsic magma creates rocks with minerals that are not very dense and are usually light in color. Another kind of magma would be mafic, which contains a lot of magnesium and iron. Mafic minerals tend to be dark and more dense. The rock on the left doesn't have any visible crystals. It's basalt, the most common rock of the ocean crust, and it is aphanitic or fine-grained. The rock on the right is gabbro, also mafic, but it cooled slowly, so it is phaneritic. A magma that's neither light nor dark is appropriately called intermediate, and sometimes even andesitic, after the rock on the left, an aphanitic rock formed, as you might guess, in the Andes, which are volcanoes. If, however, this same magma cools deep underground, you have diorite, a phaneritic intermediate rock. There's also ultramafic magma. It produces peridotite. Now, ultramafic magma almost never gets to the surface, so there's no need to learn about aphanitic or glassy ultramafic rocks, just peridotite, which is the main rock of Earth's mantle. Peridotite can be distinguished from gabbro because of the abundance of olivine, a green crystal. I've placed 7 of the most important igneous rocks in this chart. The rows denote texture, while the columns distinguish among mineral content. If this table makes sense to you, then you're well on your way to understanding igneous rocks. But wait, there's more. What if you had a rock with both large and small crystals? That's not right, but it would happen if you had 2 cooling rates. What you would have is called a porphyry. The larger crystals in the porphyry is the result of cooling underground. In this particular porphyry, which is an andesite porphyry, the large crystals are hornblende crystals, these black skinny things. However, most of the rock, called the ground mass or matrix, is made of small crystals, and they are what make this an andesite. This would be an andesite porphyry. Is there such thing as a phaneritic porphyry? Sure, why not? Here we have a granite porphyry. As you can see, most of it is granite, but there's some really big feldspar crystals in there. Look at that huge rectangular potassium feldspar crystal. The feldspar crystal is the phenocryst, while the rest of it is the ground mass. Here's a rock that was part of a lava flow. It's mafic and aphanitic, and it's basalt. The holes are the result of the gases bubbling out of the lava as it cooled, giving it a vesicular texture. Here's some basalt that's so vesicular that it seems to have more holes than rock. At this point, we call it scoria. Scoria could be black, brown, or red. This is the stuff that makes up cinder cones, otherwise known as scoria cones. It cools so quickly that it might even be glassy. Another vesicular glassy rock is pumice. But unlike scoria, pumice is much more likely to be felsic or intermediate. A good way to tell if you have pumice is to see if it floats. Because while pumice floats, scoria doesn't. Both scoria and pumice can be injected into the air by volcanoes. When volcanic ash, cinders, and chunks of rocks are thrown into the air by volcanoes, they land, they weld together to form a rock with a texture that we call pyroclastic. Pyro for fire and clastic for fragments. If the rock is just made of fine-grained ash, we call it tough. But if there are larger fragments in it, we call it tough breccia. Breccia means broken. This is a sample of tough breccia. Sometimes the ash will land when it's so hot that it will remelt, and when it cools, it becomes obsidian. The result is welded tuff, another pyroclastic rock. Here's the final chart that attempts to categorize all of the major igneous rocks. It's by no means complete, but it is a pretty good start. I recommend that you pause the video and take a good look at this chart. When you've made sense of it, you deserve congratulations, for now you can classify igneous rocks. Not bad.
Okay, so did you guys understand the video about what they're explaining about igneous rocks? So, you know, all rocks, they have a different cooling effect, right? Some they cool faster, some some they do not cool as quickly. So the ones that do not that cool faster, they're usually glassy in appearance. And the one that cool faster are more likely to appear as crystals. Okay, so they were explaining the cooling effect of magma. Some rocks they have holes, some rocks they have, because of the volcano effect on the rocks, right? Makes sense? Okay, so these are some questions we have to do for the homework, okay? Okay, so I have posted the science assignment. Now we can work on social studies. Okay, education and employment. Can Bahauddin read?
Education and employment. The purpose of activity is to help you explore the relationship between education and income. Income is earned from one's resources. Those resources might be natural resources, oil, field, farmland, capital resources, man-made resources that are used in the production of goods and services, computer factories, sewing machines, entrepreneurship, the ability to organize the other factors to produce goods or service or labor. Most people earn their income by selling their labor. The section will focus on the following question: why do some people earn more income from their labor than others?
Okay. So universal question generalization: education affect the type of career you will be able to get. Additional education and training can impact the amount of money you will be able to earn. Employers have certain performance expectations related to their employees can and what their employees can and should be able to do. Employees can expect benefits to be tied to their careers and performances. Guiding questions: why should you consider additional education or training after high school? What other factors should you consider when trying to determine your career path? Okay, how does your career choice affect your income? How does your education and training affect your salary? How does your location impact your ability to find a job or the cost of living? Okay, so first education for the first question, what do you think? Mahdi, why do you think you should consider additional education or training after high school? Why do you think? Mahdi, why do you think after high school
Um,
you should look into get education or other trainings? Why do you think is important?
I don't think it's important.
Yeah, why do you think it's important? Why do you think you after high school people further they go to university, college, and why do you think is why do you think that they do that?
I don't think it's important.
You don't think it's important, but the whole world is doing it. The whole world goes for further education, and they want to go get a bachelor's or a master's. Why do you think they want to do that? Do you have
I
any
don't know.
idea, roughly idea? They obviously people want to get a better career job, right? And a lot of these big offices and companies, they require you to have a bachelor's or a master's or a PhD, right? For you to become, for example, the big jobs, like the high paid jobs are like university professors, right? They get a very good pay. Why do they get a very good pay? Do you know why? Because of their highly education, right? They get a PhD, they study for many years, and then they get a PhD, and they finally get the ability to go and teach at a university, right? Right, and they get a good amount of salary, right? They get a good salary. Makes sense,
Mhm.
right? That's why it's very important, okay, to get a highly education, because then you can get better jobs, okay. Okay, so number two is what other factors should you consider when trying to determine your career path? Okay, Haika, what do you think? Um why do you think it's important to determine a career path? Like when you study in grade 10, you will be studying career and civics, and for that you will be making like a career portfolio about what you want to become when you grow up, right? What you want to when you graduate, get a high school, what do you want to, what field you want to enter, right? What do you want to study? Make sense?
Yeah.
So what do you want to why do you think that's important to determine a career?
Because a career can help you learn something new, and it can also help you get to achieve what job you want to have and to be successful.
That's very good, very good. That's the correct answer, because when you choose a career, then that can you have some idea on what you want to um study, right, in university or college to become to attain that profession, right, to become that and achieve your goal, right? So that's good. Okay. Number 3 is, how does your career choice affect your income? So what do you think? Why do you think when you choose a career, Bahauddin, how will that affect your income?
And
So
it
for yes, what are
it
you saying?
depends what job you get.
Uh-huh. Yes, it can defend. So you think a career, there's two careers, for example. You have a person that is working for example labor market, right? For he's at the warehouse and he's picking up boxes and he's doing more physical work, right? Like picking up boxes and shipping it, right? So he's doing more of the manual work as compared to, and he's getting $15 per hour. Okay, and that is because he might just have a high school diploma, or he might not have, he might have done some training and he had, just that job, as compared to a police officer who studied from a college and he got a diploma and went into policing and got training from that and then became a police officer. So who do you think studied more? Who do you think studied more? Who got more education? Do you think the person that studied at the who went from straight high school to working at the warehouse, or from as compared to the police officer? Who do you think?
A police
Bahauddin? Yes, the police officer studied more. He went into a college, he got the education, training, diploma, and then after he went into policing and then he trained for police to become a police, right, officer. So that took him more time and education, and that might be the reason why he is getting a higher paid salary than, as compared to the person who just did a high school diploma and straight off went to working at the warehouse. So that is two levels, right? So there's one level that's more higher and more because of more studying and more educational background than the other, right? Okay. So activity number 1. If you're so smart, why aren't you rich? Okay, visit the lesson titled "If You're So Smart, Why Aren't You Rich?" on the EconEd link website. Follow your teacher's instructions for completing this activity. Activity 2. The Rich Nations Mystery. Visit the lesson titled "The Rich Nation Mystery" on the EconEd link website. Follow your teacher's instructions for completing this activity. Activity 3. Which would you choose? Visit the lesson titled "Which Would You Choose?" on the EcoNet. Okay, so these are some activities that we have to like there's a page for it. Okay, so click on that. Okay. Okay. So I think this is yeah, the page was moved, so something's wrong with the page. So we will just so I want you to answer these questions right now, okay? Based on what we learned today about employees and about education, right? And why is it so important? And I want to see your answers in the Google Classroom, okay? I'm gonna post these questions on the Google Classroom. So please answer the question on the education social studies assignment. I posted on the Google Classroom. Can you please start working on it? Mehdi, everyone? Or I posted also in the I'm gonna also be posting in the chat so you can start answering in the chat as well. Okay, so however you're comfortable. If some people want to post it on the Google Classroom, I can mark it that way or I can mark it on the chat. Okay? Okay, everyone. Bahauddin, do you understand? Haika and
Yes,
okay, please start working. Okay, Aya, everyone, please start working on the questions I posted in the chat. And if you're not done, then you can finish it on the Google Classroom. It will be posted. It's posted on the Google Classroom. Okay. Okay, Tabarak, everyone. Okay, Mehdi. So I will give you 15 minutes to answer the questions, okay? And then we can come back.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Assalamu alaikum. Yes. Who is this? Aya?
Hello?
Aya, do you need to go to the other class? Sister Saba, I think Aya grade
Yes.
3 is also in the class.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes.
Why am I not inside my class?
Yes, I sent the invitation right away. For you see, it says not joined. So the moment she was accepted, she was given the option for joining the breakout room. Do you see 4 boxes on your left, Aya?
No.
The moment you came inside the room, you were given the option. It says not joined. It means you have the invitation. I can't send again. It's the invitation is there.
No, it's not.
You don't see it? So
No.
because it's saying not joined, so there is no option to give you send it again. It just shows you in room number 1 and it says not joined. So what can I do? Probably you'll have to log out and log in back in if you can't see it. So right now, yeah. So can you please log out and log in? Aya?
Okay.
Yeah, because I do see the invitation. So please log out and log in so I can send you again.
Yes, brother. Walaikum. Come in. Can I enter? Yes. Let me show you. Yeah. Oh, not into it.
Okay, please accept the invitation, Aya.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Hello. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
How's everybody doing?
Good, alhamdulillah. How about you?
I'm fine, alhamdulillah. Bil alamin. Okay, so which ayat? We were going to start a new surah, but you know what? Because you have the test tomorrow, so we will start a revision instead. Okay, we will have the revision because we have the test tomorrow of Surah Abasa translation. Remember? Yeah? Do you remember? Or do you not remember? Hmm? Do you remember or not?
Yes.
You remember. Okay. Let's share the screen of the laptop on Zoom. Okay, inshallah, say each page, each word 5 times and its translation as well on this page. Say A'udhu Billahi Minash Shaitanir Rajim first. Come on.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Okay. Say it. Say each word and its translation.
Abasa, he frowned, Watawalla, and turned away. Anja'ahu,
Jahu, because came
because
to him
him
Al-Ahmad, the blind man,
the blind Wama, and what?
and informed
Yudrika
you
can inform you.
that he might
Allahu Zakka, that he might become pure. Uyazakaru, or he might receive vision. The Ahu, and might profit him. Uzikra, and
Yazakkara.
or he might
vision.
receive
Amma
any
man
but an
in Maistana, as for him who thinks himself selfly, for
find
anta, so you
Lahu tasaddatu
to him attend, Wama,
alayka
nothing
upon you, Allah yazakadahi
laika upon you,
wama
they
man
is zakka, that he will not become pure. Wa
you
amma man, but as to him who ja'aka come to you, yassa, running, wa huwa yakhsha, and he is afraid of Allah.
So you anahu anha talaha
So you
Next page.
indeed it tazakira is an admonition for man sha'a, so whoever wills zakara he should remember it.
remember in
Karam,
records
honored,
for the honor
exalted, mudahara,
who
purified, peace, ID in the hands, safara,
yeah,
of God's angels, kiram,
hands
Honorable Pirarat
Tira
Kutila Insanu be killed
Ma, how
Akafara
Akafara
ungrateful
ungrateful he is. Min ye
thing
from
Falak
what? Sha in
him
thing.
min nud Fatin
Who
Falakahu
did
he
he create
created
him? Min
Fakadara then set him in due proportion
then
proper
from
forms
semen.
Masa
Who created him?
he makes
Qaddarahu then sent him due proportion. Summa aspila then the path. Yasrahu he makes easy for him.
يسره.
Yasrahu he makes easy for him.
Okay. Read this one.
Summa
Summa
then
amatahu then he causes him to die.
Akbarahu
Put
puts him in his
and puts
grave
him in his grave.
when
Summa
he
iza sha'a then when he wills.
Kalani lama
Asha'ahu
not done ma what amra he
Qala nay lama yakdi he has not done ma what mardu who he command him.
أمره, not مرده, أمره. Okay, this page.
falyanzurul insanu then
Yeah.
let look
Sanu, let the man look. Ila amrihi at his food. Anna
sabay na
that we pour forth.
arda then we
Water. Sabba in abundance. Summa
fiha
sha'wana
the green we naban and great
do and then we speak first. Shaqa in cliffs. Thus
one sun and date palms wahadi and gardens all dense with
now and because to grow he had therein ba the grain naba and grapes وقدبا and clover plants وزيتونة
وزيتونة and olive.
and olives والنخلة and date palms وحدائق and gardens Uba dense with many trees.
Okay, read this one.
وفقيهة and fruits وأبا and herbage متاع to be a provision and benefit lakum for you
lakum for you wali and me and for your
and for your cattle فإذا
there comes a sour
then when there comes
Birul Mar'u
الزهرة
Akhi from his brother,
Yoma that day
his mother
if
Wabi
he
God was a Fatihi
shall man
wife
flee
Wabi
and
his
from his
children
brother
only for every
and from his mother
and some of them Yawma that
and his
they
father was
of concern
was
to him they will make careless of
and his children Quli for every man minhum of them yo isn't that day sha'nu will be enough concern you nihi that will make him careless of others.
Wujuhun some faces Yawmazin that day Musfira will be bright Hikala Tun laughing Mustabishira rejoicing at good news wa wujuhun and other faces Yawmazin that day alayha on them ghabara will be dust
will
tara
cover them
will cover them
whom they
like those
will the
whom
disbelievers
they al
fa
kafaratu will be the
the
disbelievers
evil
al fajara the
yes.
You should also practice reading the Arabic. I will, because you guys don't know how to read the Quran, right? So that's important too. Okay, let's read this translation, the running translation.
Teacher, I know how to read. Maybe because we're reading together, you cannot hear one of us properly.
Maybe. Okay, read this translation. Who's going to read?
I can read the translation.
Read it.
Prophet ﷺ frowned and turned away because there came to him the blind man, bin who came to the Prophet ﷺ while he was preaching to one or some of the Quraysh chiefs. And how can you know that he might become pure from sins, or he might receive admission, and the admission might profit him? As for him who thinks himself to him you attend. What does it matter to you if he will not become pure from disbelievers? You are only a messenger. Your duty is to convey the message of Allah. But as to him, he came to you running and is afraid of Allah and his punishment. Of him you are neglectful and avert your attention to another.
Okay, read this part.
Okay. Nay, do not do like this. Indeed, this Quran is the admonition, so whoever wills, let him pay attention to it. It is in records held greatly in honor, they fools held in dignity, purified in the hands of scribes, angels, honorable and obedient. He cursed the disbelieving man. How ungrateful he is. From what things did he create him? From nutfa, mixed drops of male and female sexual discharge. He created him and then set him in due proposition. Then he makes him the path easy for him.
This one, this part.
Okay. Then he causes him to die and puts him in his grave. Then when it is his will, he will resurrect him again. Nay, but man has not what he commanded him. Then look at his food. We pour forth water and sin, and we split the earth in clefts, and we cause therein the grain to grow, and grapes and clover plants, and olives and date palms, the garden dense with many trees.
Okay, this one.
Okay. And fruits and herbage to be a provision and benefit for you and your cattle. Then when there comes a shakah, the second blowing of the trumpet on the day of resurrection, that day shall a man flee from his brother and from his mother and his father and from his wife and his children. Every man that day will have enough to make him careless of others. Some face that day will be brought. True believers of Islamic monotheists laughing, rejoicing at news of paradise, and others face that day will be dust stained. Darkness will cover them. Such will be Ghaffara, disbeliever in Allah, in His oneness, and in His Messenger Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Fajr, wicked evildoers.
Okay, good. Now I want you to write a summary of what we have learned in Surah Abasa. Do you understand?
Yes.
Write the summary of this surah now. Then I will listen to it. Okay, have you written it?
No.
Okay. What did you write?
Surah Abasa is the third surah of the last juz section of the Quran. It tells the story of a blind, poor yet pious man who sat next to someone who frowned at him and drew his garment away
Say it
from him.
again. Say it again. Please, again. Again from the beginning and loudly.
Surah Abasa is the third surah of the last juz in the Quran. It tells the story of a blind, poor, pious man who sat next to someone who frowned at him
No,
and
no. Wait. You guys don't understand what's going on. Okay. Okay. So basically, do you know about Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam? We have been studying about him. Do you know about him?
Yes.
Do you know about Prophet Muhammad?
Yes.
You know, right?
Yes.
So who was he? Who was Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam?
The last and final messenger of Allah.
Okay, good. And what did he used to do?
He would convey the message of Allah.
Mm-hmm.
And spread Islam.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, good. So for the purpose of spreading the message of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and for spreading Islam, he invited some chiefs of Makkah. He invited some chiefs of Makkah to come and visit him so he can tell them about Islam and invite them about Islam. Okay, so what happened was, at the same time when he was talking to them, a blind man came to him asking about some questions. Okay, so Prophet Muhammad SAW didn't like that. Okay, and didn't respond well to that blind man. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in this surah is reprimanding him. He is saying, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in this surah is telling Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that what he did was it could have been better, because those people who he invited to learn about Islam, they were not as keen on accepting Islam than the person who came to him asking about questions about Islam. Okay? Okay, do you get it?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what it's about. The first part. Okay. Now tell me, what did you write about the next part? What did you write about the next part? Yes? Who can tell me? Come on. Hello? Who's going to tell me? What did you write about the next part? Nobody? Mehdi, do you want to tell me what to write about the next part?
I can't see your screen actually.
Okay, you can see the screen. So, you don't have it saved anywhere?
What?
You don't have it saved anywhere?
No, I can't see your screen if you're sharing.
But okay, but I told you like a few minutes ago, like 5-10 minutes ago, to write a summary about the what have we have learned in this surah. Did you write the summary?
No.
Why? Why didn't you write the summary? Write it
I
now.
didn't feel like it.
Write the summary now.
No.
You don't want to write the summary?
No.
Why not? What happened? Surah Basa, it's Quran.
Because I don't like the way you're talking to me.
Excuse me?
Because I don't like the way you're talking to me.
You don't understand it?
No, I don't like the way you're talking to me.
You don't like the way? Which way?
The way you're screaming at me.
I'm not screaming at you.
You were like 10 seconds ago.
No, that's not screaming. I'm just talking loudly because I can't hear you well.
If you don't
So
hear
I
me
thought
well,
you
I should
might have the same problem. Don't be too sensitive.
What is this?
Okay, who else wants to tell the summary? What have you written? Nobody? Nobody understands what the surah is about? We just read the translation. And you don't know what the surah is about? Okay. The one who doesn't understand should read the surah again. And the translation again. I'm opening it now. Sharing the screen with you. Here. Read the translation again. Then you'll be able to understand. Who wants to read? Who's going to read?
I can read.
Okay. You read already, Haika. Let somebody else have a chance to. Okay. Who else wants to read? This is not good behavior. This is very bad behavior for classroom. Very bad behavior. Who's going to read? Come on. Baudin, read.
The Prophet ﷺ frowned and turned away, because there came to him the blind man Abdullah bin Maktum, who came to Prophet ﷺ while he was preaching to one or some of the Quraysh chiefs. And how can you know that he might become pure from sins, or he might receive admonition, and the admonition might profit him? As for him who thinks himself self-sufficient, to him you attend. What does it matter to you if he will not become pure from disbelief? You are only a messenger. Your duty is to convey the message of Allah. But as to him who came to you running and is afraid of Allah and his punishment of him, you are neglectful and divert your attention to another. Nay, do not do like this. Indeed, this Quran is an admonition, so whoever wills, let him pay attention to it. It is in records held greatly in honor. Allah al-Mahfuz, exalted in dignity, purified in the hands of scribes, angels, honorable and obedient. Be cursed the disbelieving man, how ungrateful he is. From what thing did he create him? From nutfa, mixed drops of male and female sexual discharge.
Okay. Now, what do you understand from the first part about the Quran? About from ayat number 11 to ayat number 17. What do you understand?
He was ungrateful.
No, from 11, ayat number 11 to ayat number 17. You just read. Look at the screen.
It was like, do not do like this. Quran is an admonition, so whoever wills, they should pay attention in the records greatly in honor from Allah al-Mahfuz and in dignity purified in the...
No, but what does it mean? What does it mean? You're just reading the translation. Tell me what it means. Do you understand what it means?
We should follow whatever the Quran and Sunnah.
It says that Quran is an admonition. That Quran tells us about what is right, what is wrong. And the one who wills, who wants, then he should pay attention to it. Just like your parents have put you in this class, and you should pay attention to it.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And one copy of the Quran is in Luhul Mahfuz. It's in the heaven, in the skies above. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, read this part.
Then he causes him to die and puts him in his grave. Then when it is his will, he will resurrect him again. Nay, but man has not done what he commanded him. Then let the man look at his food. We pour forth water in abundance, and we split the earth in clefts, and we cause therein the grain to grow, and grapes and clover plants, green fodder for the cattle, and olives and date plants, and gardens dense with many.
Mm. So after that, Muslims are buried. And when it is time for them to be resurrected, to be then they are resurrected even in the grave. Even in the grave, they're asked about what they have been doing all their life. Okay, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying that people don't do what they are commanded to do. They're commanded to obey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but they don't. They cheat, they lie, they backbite, they misbehave, they don't respect others. So things like that. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that man has not done what he commanded him, what Allah commanded him. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying that look at your food, look at the water, look at the earth, look at different things that are growing around you, the grapes, the clover plants, the olives, the date palms, the dense gardens and trees. Everything is created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So everything tells us that there is a higher being, Allah, that takes care of the earth and gives us many things to eat and drink and enjoy in life. Okay, and fruits. Okay, read this part now.
And fruits and herbage to be a provision and benefit for you and your cattle. Then when there comes a sakha, the second blowing of the trumpet on the day of resurrection, that day shall a man flee from his brother and from his mother and his father and from his wife and his children, every man that they will enough to make him careless of others. Some faces that they will be bright, true believers of Islam, make monotheism, laughing, rejoicing at good news of paradise. In other faces that will be dust stained, darkness will cover them. Such will be at kafara, disbelievers in Allah and His oneness and His Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the fajara, wicked, evil.
So it tells about the second blowing of the trumpet, when people will flee from everybody. From they will be, meaning fleeing means they will be careless about all of their relatives. They will only care about their own deeds, that what they have accumulated in the earth, which deeds they did on the earth, what result they got, good deeds or bad deeds or what. Okay, and as I told you even before, some faces, like what happens when we feel something, it is shown on the face, right? So some faces that they will be bright, meaning very happy. They will be so happy, and because of their good deeds, their faces will be illuminated with noor. Okay, they will be happy, rejoicing at the good news of paradise. And other faces that they will be dust stained, because all they have done in this world is work for the dunya and for this world, and they haven't worked for the hereafter. Okay, darkness will cover them. Such will be the kafara. Meaning, everybody will get what he did in this world. Okay, the ones who did good will get good, the one who did bad will get bad. And in doing good is included believing in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that he is above his throne or above the heavens. He doesn't come to earth, but in his he has knowledge of everything that goes on in this universe. Okay, So this is what it means.
Okay.
Now will you be able to write the summary? Yes? No? Maybe? Hmm? Respond or write in the chat box. Now will you be able to write the summary?
I already wrote it.
You wrote it. You have to submit it in Google Classroom so I can check it and tell you what the mistakes are. Okay?
Okay, I will do it after class.
Okay. Okay, good, inshallah. Okay, let's do the recitation of this surah because it's just 15 minutes left. So I don't want to start Islamic Studies chapter right now. It will be just a read the surah. Let me open the other part. Yes, from here. The Arabic. Who wants to read?
Should I read?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. Yeah, you can read.
عبس وتولى أن جاءه الأعمى وما يدريك لعله يزكى أو يذكر فتنفعه الذكرى أما من استغنى فأنت له تصدى وما عليك ألا يزكى وأما من جاءك يسعى وهو يخشى فأنت عنه تلاها.
Good, mashallah. And just a few things. Do you know about the rule of ikhfa?
Yeah.
Yes, you do. Okay. So all the red ones that I'm marking are ikhfa rules. Or blue ones. Blue ones, not red ones. I wanted red ones, but anyways. This is ikhfa. This is ikhfa here. This is ikhfa here. Okay? All right, all these are ikhfa. They will say أن جاءه الأعمى فتنفعه الذكرى فأنت and then فأنت. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Read this part of the Arabic now of the Quran. كلا إنها تذكرة. Read it.
كلا إنها تذكرة.
فمن شاء ذكره.
فمن شاء ذكر.
في صحف مكرمة.
في صحف مكرمة.
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 مرفوعة مطهرة.
مرفوعة مطهرة.
بأيدي سفرة.
بأيدي سفرة.
كرام بررة.
كرار بررة.
قتل الإنسان ما أكثره.
قتل الإنسان ما أكفر.
من أي شيء خلقه.
من أي شيء خلق.
من نطفة خلقه فقدره.
من نطفة خلقه فقدره.
ثم السبيل يسره.
ثم ثم السبيل يسره.
كلا إنها تذكرة.
كلا إنها تذكرة.
فمن شاء ذكره.
إن شاء ذكر.
دود إخفاء النون. فمن شاء ذكره.
Are you able to hear me properly?
دود إخفاء here.
Yes, I am.
Why aren't the others reading? Everybody should read. Okay, the next part. في صحف مكرمة.
في صحف مطهرة.
مرفوعة مطهرة. Read this part too. مرفوعة مطهرة.
مرفوعة مطهرة.
بأيدي سفرة.
بأيدي
سفرة.
كرام بررة.
كرام بررة.
قتل الإنسان ما أكثره.
قتل الإنسان
قتل الإنسان ما أكفر.
من أي شيء خلقه.
من أي شيء
خلقه.
من نطفة خلقه فقدره. من نطفة this one.
من نطفة
خلقه فقدره.
خلقه ترى.
ثم السبيل يسره.
ثم يسره.
Can't hear you well. Okay, this one. ثم أماته فأقبره.
ثم أماته أكبر.
ثم إذا شاء أنشره.
ثم إذا شاء أنشر.
كلا لما يقض ما أمره.
كلا
لما
لما يقضي
ما أمره.
ما أمر.
فلينظر الإنسان إلى طعامه.
يوم إنسان.
فلينظر الإنسان
اليوم الإنسان
إلى طعامه.
إلى طعامه.
أنا صببنا الماء صبا. أنا صببنا الماء صبا.
سببا.
ثم شققنا الأرض شقا.
ثم شققنا أرض شقا.
فأنبتنا فيها حبا.
أنبتنا فيها
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 حبا.
حبا.
وعنبا وقضبا.
وعنبا وقضبا.
وزيتونا ونخلا.
وزيتون نخلا.
وحدائق غلبا.
وحدائق غلبا.
وفاكهة وأبا.
وفاقية وأبا.
متاعا لكم ولأنعامكم.
متاعا لكم ولنعامكم.
فإذا جاءت الصاخة.
فإذا جاءت الصاخة.
Okay. يوم يفر المرء من أخيه.
يوم يفر الأرض
من أخيه
من أخيه
وأمه وأبيه
وأمه وأبيه
وصاحبته وبنيه
صابهته وأبنيه
وصاحبته
وصابهته
صاحبته
صابهته
صاحبته
صاحبته
وصاحبته.
وصاحبته
Say it again. وصاحبته
وصاحبته
وبنيه
وبنيه
لكل امرئ منهم يومئذ شأن يغنيه.
لكل
لكل امرئ
كل من
منهم
منهم
يومئذ
يومئذ
شأن
شأن
يغنيه.
يغنيه.
Yes, when we read it together in the ayat form, we will do this merging with the meme. Okay, and
Okay.
ikhfa over here, and this merging with the ya over here. Okay, so it will be لكل امرئ منهم يومئذ شأن يغنيه. Yeah, read it. No?
Okay.
You're tired?
لكل منهم يومئذ شأن يغنيه
يغني because ayat is completing, so we'll say يغني.
يغني.
Okay. وجوه يومئذ مسفرة. وجوه يومئذ مسفرة. Hmm? Read.
وجوه
وجوه يومئذ مسفرة.
يومئذ مسفرة
ضاحكة مستبشرة.
ضاحكة مستبشرة
ووجوه يومئذ عليها غبرة.
ووجوه
ووجوه يومئذ
يومئذ
عليها غبرة.
عليها غبرة
ترهقها قترة. ترهقها قترة.
تهرقها
ترهقها
ترهقها
قترة.
قطرة.
أولئك هم الكفرة الفجرة.
أولئك هم الكفرة
الفجرة.
الشجرة.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that's all for today. Inshallah, practice Surah Abasa translation. We'll have the rest tomorrow. Take care. Allah Hafiz.
अबू के पास जाके खाना खा लो दोनों भी हाथ धो के